Test, test. Bit of a delay. Okay. It's Sunday. I think it is anyway. Better check. Yeah, I thought it was. It's Sunday. We're titling this one Review. This is what we're going to do on Sundays. There we go. Nearly. Not very good with the mouse. So, Sundays. The plan going forward is literally to review code so far. To plan ahead. What I'm doing now. Oh, there's a button here that I keep pressing halfway through doing that. Let's try that again. So to plan ahead. And what can we do? We can do community QA, whatever you want, really. Review other people's code if you really want me to. So, yeah. Sundays is your day off. Hello, viewer. Thank you for joining me. Good to see you. I'm hoping to build a community, but yeah, well, I don't ask for anything. So, I don't expect anything. Pretty simple for me. I'm a simple person. So, yeah, looking at the code so far, I did a minute 5-minute quick review before I started, so I already know what I'm going to start with. Anything else I want to say about Sundays? Yeah, Sundays is your day off. It's relaxation. We shouldn't be doing anything seriously silly. Right. Let's kick into it then, I guess. Let's kick into a Sunday. I've called it review because that's easy. So the first review is what's going to happen to these streams. Let's have a look, see what we got. Hey, look, guys, you're on stream. Okay. This was the intro. Right, we can export this. Description. Not really bothered. Public. Let's do that one. God, you can tell I haven't been here. We get adverts. Come on, Twitch. Right, so this is the channel. Got bits and pieces all over it. Not a bad idea, I suppose. That might help. There's a few things on it, yes. On the minigame engine, which I'm going to refer back to because I found it again. It did come back to me, eventually, on how to use GitHub. You're going to find this is a problem with me. Due to my disability, I have a very, very limited memory span. It's getting worse over the years. It's not good. Does mean that I will have to look things up. Right, whilst that's going on, back to you in a minute. There is something I want to look up here. Yes, this from yesterday. This is the most simplistic version that I can get of an ECS, which is good enough to use. So let me just do my updates. Oh, it would be the web browser. Well, you'll have to wait then. Because I finally found all the Amber Skies stuff on GitHub. That's why I've got this little box here. This isn't good. Because look at what it says. It says we are going to store components here. How many components? Well, we already know. So why are we using a vector? Yeah. That's my argument with this. And just wait for my keyboard to update. Thank you. Registered itself now. So it isn't void star a vector, is it? It's component with night. If caps locks on, how's that happen? Night. Component. Total. And of course it wants it converting. What do it want it converting to? Unsigned along. Yeah, you can have that. It'll go with unsigned, won't it? I will just do unsigned. That was me making a mistake with the keyboard. And that's the only criticism I have. Because now we know how many components we can add. We can add any of the components that we have. So why use something that isn't useful? Interesting. Does mean that we have to set the object up as we create it. That's still correct because we don't know how many objects are in the scene. That's the only criticism I have of that piece of code from yesterday, is that one line. Has component no longer needed. It's just a repetition of this line. So we have unbroken the rules entities. Good. Right. See how much code I've broken. Okay. That's easy enough to fix. Delete. 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 Get rid of that line. Oh, well, our initialize just became rather easy. Yeah, that made that simpler, didn't it? Down here, as component, completely useless. Problem, we can't push back. So what are we actually doing here? Object component, not a pushback anymore. Here's. And we're going to actually place any information about the component into its correct slot. Warning, expressional result unused. Yes, it is, you're right. Go. Thank you. So that makes that simpler. Yeah, simplicity is the way forwards. The only other problem I've got is that we are having this destructor thingy. Now, I did spend quite a bit of time talking about UUIDs and why we have them. Where are we keeping our UUID? Keeping it in the object. That's good. I agree with that. We haven't initialized it. That's dangerous. I want to initialize it. Because we're going to have rubbish information in here, aren't we? Just going to have splattered whatever is in memory that it chooses to use. So yeah. 4. Index is less than total. Int here. Q. Index plus. And all we're going to do is set this. index to I. There we go. Incompatible integer to pointer conversion. Oh, right. Null pointer. There we go. Just to clear out the memory, because this is going to be about memory management, and we want to talk about that today. Otherwise, we can have positions. We can do anything we want with that. Our object is initialized properly. We have everything we need now to make an object out of an entity. Good. Right, that's my corrections. Corrections from yesterday. Hello there, Polyglot. Good to see ya. Good to see you and welcome. We're going to get very, very deep into programming over the next week, I think, but today is more of a learning day. As I want to plan out what I want to do for the next week. So first things first, just cleaned up the code for the scene I'm going to be making. It'll be a bit of a surprising scene when people see it. So we now are down to one vector, which is good. That saves a hell of a lot of memory. And it also means the memory is used differently. Our object is simple, our entity is correct, and we'd have add entity, initialize, and that's it. Good. Let's just look at our components, make sure they're okay. We could type def them, not going to at this point. Components look simple, good. All simple. Let's pop back to the application window here. Clean this up. Hints, they don't matter. They go out of focus and die. Okay. Take from there to there, pull that. That's just my instructions on how to use it, because I forget. We'll put the instructions. Okay. Everything looks good, 3 seconds, we're okay. We are okay. Right, talking about memory, memory usage and stuff like that. I'll keep an eye on chat today a bit better, because I'm really supposed to be talking to you lot, not me. So, yeah. Memory. And these deletes. Who owns what? Is going to become very, very, very important. We don't want ownership to break out into the main area, especially when it comes to things like entities. So we're going to leave those inside the scene. This becomes very important later on. Also, I'm not happy that we are using raw pointers everywhere. Raw pointers, they're not dangerous, just that people don't know how to use them. And if I make a mistake on a raw pointer, we get memory leaks, you get everything, don't you? Everything goes to pot. The other thing, and the last thing, is who can make what. So if you notice, we can't make an entity directly. We have to go through the scene. And that's also very, very important. So we have to use the scene class, and that's going to be a standard of this type of system. And that's where I come in, because I'm a system engineer. And I thought about it, and I thought about it. Thought, well, why not just use stuff that I've researched from Amber Skies? Can do. Where we can create references out of shared, like make shared pointers, things like that. It also, it's got me type defs there. Like my type defs. Okay. Do I want reference? The answer's probably yes. So I think we can put that in. Hello to the viewer that's joined. Good to see you. Alright, so I can't see any harm in using this. Do we need it on our scene? Raw pointers have we got? Yeah, registry. But we need a clear on that anyway. Doesn't really matter then, does it? Entity ain't going nowhere. Alright, I think that's going to be a choice for our next session. So we can put that into that. What else are we going to need? The player. Oh, making a player now is easy, isn't it? How do we want to classify this? Let's look at some designs. I mean, this is what Sunday's all about. Designs. System. My favorite subject. System. Let's have a look at that. Plan ahead. How far ahead? Well. Week. What am I looking to do over the next week? The player. Hmm. And some kind of graphics. I can't really go too deep into the overall system yet, can I? Because we haven't got anything to go into a system. Well, we have, but I don't want to start designing systems at this point because I already know what it's going to be. How do we want to do this? Do we want to do each as oh, players, right, yes. Thinking forwards. It's going to be an object, an entity object. I think we are going to use a class, but we're not going to use a class that you might expect. We're not going to say, let's have a player class. That's pointless. So we're going to need a generic class. On GFX, how are we going to do GFX? This is going to be more of some kind of interface, isn't it? Where we can... I need a GUI. That's for input output. Graphics is just going to be display stuff. That's basically it. You might notice I'm being as generalistic as I can. Basically trying not to make this focused on a specific game. I think we need to learn more about the GUI. Graphics is easy, players and generic classes are easy. I'm going to call that mobile. And now it's just as a reminder to me what the hell I'm doing. Graphics display stuff, render. GUI input output, no idea. You see, There's a million ways you can do that. Okay, let's start this off then. Let's start out simple. And develop it to complex. Just like we're doing with the ECS. And we're going to do the same with everything, I think. Yeah. Having no idea about something doesn't mean that it's impossible to do. What it means is, what do we do? Or what solution do we wish to use at the outset? It won't be the final solution, obviously. Because I'm thinking probably 3D for the final solution. Well, 2.5D at least, with 3D in mind. But to get a game up and running, 3D is not the solution. That's just a lot of work. Let's take a look at Qt. What does Qt have to offer? I think we can update the browser now. Code, happy with. Do I want a common? Yeah. Do I want references? Yeah. I want all of that stuff. We'll get that as we get. So let's update my browser. Okay. Browser updated. Qt 6.2. Documentation. There we go. Qt widget-based UI. Alright, that's just going into that thing, is it? Yeah, it just brings us back to here. There's that code editor, isn't there? Simple editor that has line numbers and highlights. Character map example, what's that about? That looks interesting. I mean, that's got the output, it's got line numbers. Advanced Viewer Editor. Supporting plain text. Optimized to handle large documents and to respond quickly to user input. So it's the same technology and concepts as QTextEdit, but is optimized for plain text handling. It's got word wrap. We can use set plain text, which deletes the existing text and replaces it with text passed in. So that's our draw function. And we can use a QText cursor to insert. That's placing the player paste, insert, append, convenience functions. Okay. If anybody has ever looked at ncurses on Linux, I think that's what we're looking at here. So we can have no wrap. Good. It does have arrow keys, which we may need to intercept. You can use maximum block count. Okay, that's log. Center on scroll, right. Okay, we can have formatters, highlighters. Okay. This actually doesn't look too bad. Go right to the bottom, as usual. Just check the bottom. All right. Placeholder text. Nice. Cursor width. Interesting. So I think I'm going to call this a display. Or an output class. and we can inherit from this and use it. So we can have an output class and an input class. This looks simple enough, it hasn't got too much rubbish here. We can play with this. Right, we're going to play with this, I think. So, QPlain text edit. Let's plan that in. Alright, so this is going to be the input-output. So let's design that. So we want some kind of output. QPlain text edit. We're going to use it as a viewer. Well, display. Text only. So we can inherit from that. And it can render itself. Yeah, so update self. So we don't need to do a renderer. Alright. It doesn't look too bad. If there's any questions or anything you want me to go over, or you want to sidetrack me onto looking at different things in different languages, let me know. What this is all about. No, it's not about me designing a system. But we can start initially looking at the overall system ideology today, I think. Because that'll give people a better idea of why I am thinking things forward in such a generic way. So if this is a plain text edit and output, we could use this for absolutely anything later on, if we design it right. Any text output. So it's got to be generic enough in design to be able to handle any text output. Text box output. So we can maybe, I don't know, Qt's quite good at handling that kind of thing. I don't think we're going to struggle with anything like that. Input. Yeah. Might be able to leave that till last. Input, really, we could do is direct. There's two ways of looking at input at this point in time. So we've got input. Direct. Or instruction. I think we'll start with a generic direct. We all know what ASWD means, don't we? Press the keys and the character moves. I'll put it in. Press. Keys. Player. Moves. Alright. And get those two sorted out, then we've got everything. Alright. We need to also think, I suppose, this week about an overall final system. How's about having a core which will defer to implementation, which defers then to systems, that's the most simplistic one I can think of. How would that look? Oh, welcome to the viewers. We're looking at overall final systems on creating games. Any input from the community is welcome. Please tell me if I'm wrong when I do things, because I'm human. That would make the core an interface. Programming languages or anything like that, any questions you've got about your own projects, throw them in. We can look at anything you want. It's Sunday. Sunday is the day when I plan, extract, correct, review. Take time out to make sure that the direction I'm heading in is going to be okay. We can visualize what I've just written. If I could draw straight lines. Do we need to draw straight lines? Nah. Not in my life. So shall we try and visualize that? Core implementation system. Yeah, I think we should. It'll keep me on track if nothing else. I mean, one of the biggest struggles I've got is obviously my memory, but I think if we put the ideas down and visualize them, it will help a lot going forwards. Especially over the next week when we start introducing our first systems like displays and output. Streaming will be Tuesday, Thursday. No, it won't. It'll be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. I need time off to read the QT manual. Yeah, folks. What do you do in your time off? I read the QT manual. Don't go there. Right, so let's put a core in here. Core. Alright, then we want an implementation. So let's say that we have output. That's what I'm thinking about at the moment. So that will go to your implementation. And that will be the class output. So display class or class display. And then we'll want a system. Oops. So we're getting into various areas here. Okay. Try not to write into other areas. And that will go into the UI system. Core. Implementation. Okay, that's good enough for me. Now, there are going to be a lot of these dot dot dots, aren't there? What it does mean is that one interface can use multiple classes, one class can use multiple systems. Once you understand that simplicity, we have a system. And I think that that will work. So another way of looking at this is for there. Why did I do S? So a core interface, as you can call that. Let's call it that. Go into a class. You're going to notice what the design is very, very quickly now. And they will use the system. What is that? Is that diagram? Do we have that diagram anywhere else? Oh, didn't want to do it. Right next to it, we have entity, components, systems. So we're going to have an entity with components and systems. What we are doing basically is copying the idea of an entity and using that as a system to drive our project. Oh, I wish I would. Buttons. This middle mouse button's useless. So that is basically the same as that, isn't it? Systems, position, components, and entity. Doesn't have that anymore. We've got rid of that. Doesn't need it. We simplified it. So what we're going to do is template over from the entity idea into a system-wide idea. And I think we will get good results from that. I'm thinking about games, and I'm thinking about speed of operation. Using similar things or similar ideas and streamlining it like that will, one, keep our mind on the right track whilst programming it, allow us to use future proofing, which means growth or whatever of the system, changes to the system. It will also allow us to design different outputs and use the same implementation system. Each one of these is independent. Each level or layer is independent. None of the layers will care about the layer above or below it. Just as components don't care which entity they're in, and entities don't care what components they have. The system design is generically sound. How would you implement something like that? Well, if we're using something like Qt, it's easy. We can use things like inherit, stuff like that. But we also have to be very careful, because it's not going to start like this. We're probably going to start at the implementation level and design the systems before we get to the core. So we may go bottom up in writing our code, but at the same time, as long as we've got this in mind, it means that we can write our code in such a way that this will fall out of it rather than be forced into it. That's the generic idea there. I'm happy with the planning. I think we're going to keep this as simple as hell. Any thoughts, anyone, about writing games? Are you writing a game? If you are, or if you're writing a serious application even. There's a lot of game stuff goes into serious applications, especially when it comes down to systems like this. Whoops, don't really want to see that, do we? So that's the Qt plain text edit class. Direct input is probably the simplest solution that I can think of. yeah, I'm using two computers. Confuses the hell out. So let's see if anybody wants to chat with me. No? Okay. Do a header file. We'll put it in source. I'm going to call it night common. Do I want me type tests? Do I need them in Qt? Not really. Qt has its own types. I don't want the master. We'll go to sandbox. Something I've written before, so we may as well use that. Okay, standard unique pointer. This is a Q one. Okay, that works. So, how does this work? It's a templated C++ thing. What you do is you put in the type name of whatever you're making, something or other. And this system will basically make you either a scope or a reference, depending on what you want. So you can use ref or scope with type T, and you can make your reference. It's common, isn't it? It goes into a header file. It's usually the first thing I would include. So for, say, our Q vector here, or our entity, instead of making it a raw pointer, we can make it a ref. like that. That is now a shared pointer. So that's what that piece of code does. It also means that if that entity is destroyed, or sorry, if that entity goes out of usage, it gets destroyed automatically. As you can see, we no longer need that. We've already done it. And we no longer need that because we've already done it. So by changing it to a ref, it just works. So adding an entity, let's just make sure it all kind of works. Ain't too bad. That, by the way, is a Q plain text edit window. That's something that keeps annoying me, isn't it? I press run, and it comes up there. Okay. We're using a Q main window. F1. I want to know more about these widgets. I wonder if it comes under show. Let's have a look. W dot O. Not really. Fair enough. Central widget will typically be a standard Qt widget such as a Qtext edit. Okay. Graphics. Da, 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 da. Right. Simple solution. You. Main window class. It's a hint. Use Q screen instead. Ooh, I don't like that. Show and move. That's horrible. Really horrible. Mm-hmm. Right. They like it. Hmm. I'll do it that way. Member reference type Q screen pointer is a pointer. Did you mean to use the arrow? No member named width. Really? Oh, it's got virtual as well. Oh, great. Okay. All right. Okay, that works. I told you this was horrible. I know why I said it was horrible. What's this last thing? Give me a clue. Int AX, int AY. I shouldn't need the last two. Okay. Whatever. Non-static member must be called how? Oh, right. Sorry. My bad. That really works. Yeah, it does. God, that's all. Right. That's generic enough. Work. There you go. There's an answer to a problem. Solution to how to get your window into the center of the screen is generic. You'll find that most code I write is generic. Looks okay, I suppose. It'll do. As for our player, that's going to be fun. Right, so we need systems, we need implementations, and we need a core. This is all for next week. We're going to be doing this on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Head into next week. Hopefully by the end of this week, we'll have a player. Then we can start designing the player. That I am looking forward to. Anything anybody wants me to go over, program-wise? No? Okay, it's what Sunday's about. You'll get used to it. Interesting change to the code, which... I thought there was a way of just putting a hint in here. Position hint. QML type. Whoopsie daisy. Not to worry. Now you know why I wanted to put name spacing in. Add set, maybe a set. Really? Seems to be relying more on Q application. Take a more in-depth look at that then. F1. You got this widget at. Keyboard. Oh, that's an interesting one. Right, this top level thing, I've now seen it. That takes my thoughts in a different direction. Yeah, they overcomplicate all of this. Oh, I didn't know there were close all windows. I'm going to need that. Doesn't exist. That's a shame. Doesn't matter. It relies on this as the parent close to exit the application. I could put this exit. That's not clean. Doesn't necessarily run all of the functionality we need. How do you make a player? Yeah, good point. System implementations. What can we call these things? Components. No, don't do that. How you doing, Chow? You alright? The project. Currently got ECS. It's up and running, it's working. We've got Common, that's up and running, it's working. We will need a core. We'll need a system. What do we call the in-between bit? We can call that whatever we like, can't we? So we're going to be doing output first, aren't we? Just I don't want this top level. The top level here should show the structure. The ECS is a system. Not really. It's a structure. How we're going to use things. I'm just going to call it implementation. Can't think of any better way. I said mobile, didn't I? Let's have output. Just going along with whatever I've done on the main sheet. This could all be renamed. Mobile. Input. Those are the things I want to work. Yeah. Start thinking about the player then, can't I? We need an access method to access all of this. I think that should be all right. So let's set this up for development. If you notice also, the actual sandbox, the top level is the sandbox. Everything in source is going to probably be an engine some kind eventually. All of this will get transferred to a library. I think that's the best way of putting it. So the structure's a win. We need this. We need something here so that we can easily develop those things and test them. Currently we can't. I think we'll have to develop output first. That might be a good idea. We can do that. Oh, that's a bit messy. I know. We can include timer. Not time, timer. Notice I haven't gone for time at this point. Because we have no concept at the moment of delta time, which is very important in all games. Slots named on foobar are error prone. I didn't name it. Bugger off. That was auto done. Is there anything I can do about this? Refactor maybe? Doesn't give me anything, does it? Just gives me a HTTPS. A simple object rename would break your code. That's correct, it would. So why did you do it? Very strange. We will have a queue timer. I don't understand things like that. I'll call it timer. This is where I could use a ref as well. Nah. Queue timer. We put in the type here. I don't want single, no. Okay. want it in milliseconds. Better I'd be in milliseconds or else. We'll come to that. There's the connection. Pop you in. To the timeout. This application window. We'll call it. Whoa! Don't do that. We'll call it on update. Void on update. Doesn't go there. Actually, yes, it can, because of the way we've just done it. Void. Doesn't matter where I put it. Refactor, add definition. There we go. Timer. Stop. And m underscore timer. Start. 15 milliseconds, I hope that says. Not sure yet. We can't put a timer start here, but that's on a constructor. Void run. Refactor. Timer. Start. What we're using 15 for now. Okay, that'll do that. Accuracy, that's better. M timer. Type. That's a Qt precise timer. There we go. Doesn't like that. equals. Doesn't make sense. How do we set the timer type? That doesn't make sense either. This says enum. Right. It's a course timer. It's a property. Colon. Really? Is this static? I don't think so. There's nothing here. I don't like this because this is general. I want to control the single timer, not the general timers. Hmm. And it's not going to let me do it that way, is it? No. This is interesting. Haven't made it evident. Different ways of connecting, yeah. How do you set it? Mm-hmm. It's hiding this. Why is it hiding it? It doesn't tell you really. Hmm. I don't like this. It is in milliseconds though. It gives this, but it's not overly helpful. 5% of the desired interval. Ugh. Who accepts a queue timer type then? It tells you what it is, but it doesn't tell you who accepts. Who takes the queue property? That's so weird. There's no set property, is there? I can't use single shot. There it is. Got it. Found it. Fantastic. We now have milliseconds. It needs to be precise because later on I want to go into OpenGL, and if it isn't precise, you can't have 5%. No way, it's not going to work. So we connect it, we stop, and then we can run. That starts your timer. Test it. I've got IOStream still here. Let's stop using IOStream. Let's start using QDebug. Then it's obvious. Can I put a %d in here? I hope I can. Why do we stop the timer? To stop it from calling itself over and over and again whilst it's still updating the whole system. Really. If you don't do that, then you can overlap your calls to on update to a single threaded, so that will stop the first thread, well, the first update, and try and do a second update, and it will just back up and back up. Mess up. So, static int count equal 0. Pre do that. What's wrong with that? Okay. QDebug won't work that way. It's got an ampersand. I was right. Oh, it's a small q. Of course, I should have known. Thank God for a manual. Let's see what that does. Crashed. Unused variable count. Don't care. And we crashed. Something's not right. Better pop that in here. Take you out for a second. What's crashing the program? Okay. Night max entities. Ah. It isn't, is it? It is. No such value. Interesting. Never did get around to this memory thing, did I? I don't understand what's wrong with the compile. Alright, it's coming from there. Initialize. How come that's suddenly broken? What did it change to break the entities? And how can it get a sig fault? Oh, it's a night ref. It's no longer a raw pointer. Okay. Which means we do have to do something here. What do we have to do? For reference, you have to not reconstruct. you have to create a holding to a reference. Okay, I think we do that, but I can't remember how. So do we have any references used in here? No, but we do have this unique pointer. That's for doing that silly thing. Right, okay. Not going to see anything. I don't think we want this as what I think. Ah. I haven't created. Is the answer. Take it out. Can't. We actually haven't created the reference. Get rid of that. I don't want it anymore. Yeah. Let's get rid of that. So we do have to put it in. Okay. Okay. No output. Good. Right. Stop. Right, we can test it. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. You in. You. Oh, well, there it goes. Window update is working. It'd be nice if we could display it in here, wouldn't it? Hmm. Oh, we can't yet because we haven't got that far. Window update's working. We're okay there. It's running. So that's fine. Tested. I like that one. That one's okay. That's a good update. We now have a referencing system that works. We can debug properly. I think that's the go. So what have we done? Updated. No. Update to ECS to scene. With reference ref system. We need to describe that ref system. What can we describe it as? A shared pointer. STD shared pointer. Okay. What else have we done? Created. If you're wondering why I keep saying no, it's because you can't use a past tense within a description. You can't say created or updated. It can't be past tense, it's got to be present or future, present tense. So, we can now run the application window. Which uses a timer to update. That makes more sense. Yeah. Anything else we did in that lot? Main will now display the app window in the middle screen. Did that. No. I think that'll do. That's roughly about it. So from here, I'm not sure we need that anymore. Need to look at that. Because we're using STD, which is fine. Let's go for shared pointers. A guarded pointer. Automatically cleared when the reference object is like, yeah. D must be a subclass of QObject. Yeah. Which is... Alright. So we can change this to a Q shared pointer. And that stops it being thread cocked up. We can develop weak pointers from it. And we can have the Q scoped pointer for the heap allocation. This is generic. That's Qt. I think I'll keep this system for now. I'm not overly keen on Qt taking over pointer. There's a big reason for it. I'm not exactly sure what's happening behind the scenes. Here I am sure what's happening behind the scenes. So I think we're going to keep shared pointers outside of Qt for now. Obviously we can change that just by changing this code here to Q. Put Q in front of it. Will it cause any problem? I'm not even sure why a Q shared pointer exists. This is one of the biggest problems with making games, is who owns what. And I'm going to keep going on about it all the way through developing games until people realise that it matters. Currently the scene owns the entities, which is good. As long as they don't come outside of the scene, then we're fine. You notice in the instructions on how to... Oh, can we break the system? Probably. I'll leave that to be destroyed. We now have an application. You're wondering, why did I choose 15 milliseconds to stop my graphics card from overheating as soon as I ask it to start rendering? You know, give it a break, give it some time off. Only going to take 1 millisecond to render everything, so why let it have any more for 60 frames per second? 16.67, I suppose, is 60 frames per second. So 15 milliseconds, plenty of downtime. In OpenGL, you probably go for about 5. Maybe even 2, depending on how badly you've written your OpenGL. I'm not sure about this error. Well, warning. This is a warning that it's created itself within its own system. Alright, it just comes back. Alright, let's look further into... Right. Advantages of this approach are its simple use of inheritance to provide a QWidget-based interface and its encapsulation of the user interface widget variables. Within the UI data member, we can use this method to define a number of user interfaces within the same widget, each of which is contained within its own namespace and overlay. This approach can be used to create individual tabs from existing forms. Right. So we can inherit from the we can inherit from the form itself. But it doesn't say anything about this. By providing source code that implements a given interface, designers can check that their designs actually work without having to code themselves. That's exactly the point. Don't want to go this far into it. Menus, creating a menu. Toolbars. Action. Editor. Dock widget. What happens if I want to change the display type? Use tabs? No. There a main menu to There we go. And a table of contents. I love manuals. Looked bloody edit. Not sure. It's going to cover it somewhere. Let's think about that. So, Qt widgets. How to see this? No, not display. Will be green one. What would you call it? I can call pop-up windows quite easily. Layout management. Nested. Item. Model view program. Exactly what I've just been talking about all day. I don't think we need to go that far. I don't think this is a solution I'm after. all about asking the right question, isn't it, with this googly thingy? The idea is, what happens if I want a startup screen? An intro screen? A main view? With multiple views. Stacked widget. That's what I'm looking. It's got a stacked widget class. Mm-hmm. There we go. The QStacked widget class provides a stack of widgets where only one widget is visible at a time. Perfect. And it's here. It's under containers. And the little arrows appear. Oh, you beaut. I'm up for that. So it's a container. All I needed to know, really. Use stacked widgets. Okay. So that's another part of the UI that we want to think about. Where does this go? Have we designed a display at all? No, we haven't. Okay. So I think that's really where we're up to, isn't it? The output. So this bit here. Can't drag. Can't, no, that just does that. Simple. We'll extend that idea. We'll need a GUI system. For you stacked widget. Which is a container. So you would have something like widget 1, intro screen. Two, main view. Three could be an options menu. I'll just put etc because I can't think of everything at once. Something like that. Yeah. I'll go with that. What shall we have as an intro? I mean, designing an intro. I'm just diverging off into different ideas at the moment because today is not really about completing anything. It's Sunday. It's just ideas. Generating ideas for going forwards. Oops. Is it a coffee break time? Can I have a coffee break? Is that a good idea? I think it bloody well is. I really should have just a simple coffee break screen on here, shouldn't I? Yeah. Let's have a coffee break screen. It's important. There you go, coffee break screen. Be right back. Let's go get that kettle on. The kettle's on. Let's have fun today. Yeah, I've got Windows working. Yay! We can program on Windows now. If ever want to. So our ideas board is filling up. Which means we've got lots to do. Lots to program. Next week's going to be good, actually. Getting some kind of output display up and running would be brilliant, as it will obviously improve what we're doing massively. Need something to define an intro screen. I'm thinking of a picture. Any suggestions, people? Yeah. Coffee's important. Get up and stretch. Go make yourself a coffee. Don't just sit there looking at a message on a screen. Get off your backsides. I know I have to. Right, I'm going to go and make that coffee. The kettle's nearly boiled. I think we've earned it. I think we've poured out my brains onto the screen enough for a minute. Let's go play. Let's go play with intro screens. I like the idea of that. Done it again. Middle mouse button, useless. There we go. Sure. Just don't know what to do about that. I know what I'm going to do about it. Dead easy. Right, Google is your friend. The engine that we're going to design from all of this to help us program is going to be called Midnight. I've decided on that name before I even started this project. It's going to be called Midnight because I've been attached to something called Amber Skies for God knows how long. Years. No, 30 years. You now know how I do my research. I get a dirty great big blackboard, I Google, I look around, I read manuals, and I just make notes. Until things start coming together in a way or shape or format that could work. And then I will refine it into a system, and that will work. So let's have a look at Midnight. And we'll go for pictures. Oh, wow. I think I'm in heaven. Look at this. Oh, somebody's already done something called Midnight on Steam. I like that one. Oh, I like that one as well. That's something more like what I want. Licensable. Go do it yourselves. Doing it for you. A bit dodgy. 4K wallpapers for your desktop. License. What does that mean? Can't use it. I just want a picture. Really? No, they don't. You do not automatically own copyright to any. Refrained from monetizing. Oh, thank you. That's 443 by 267. Can't we that bigger? This bulb. An advert. What size do I want? 1080p. Oh. Ooh. Ah. Different colours. That's pretty bright and fluffy. Seven two eight by 5. What format's it in? JPEG. All right. Pictures. That looks about the right size, doesn't it? It tells me how big it is, and yeah, 728 by 546. What do you think? That look nice? I think that looks a JPEG. I don't want to alter the image. Particularly. So what we're going to do is copy it. I'll put it into sources. Assets. Bing. Pictures. Paste. Rename it to okay. Let's see what we can do with this. We decide to go for QStacked widget. What container can we put in here? Graphics view. What we're going to call this? Things first, let's pop it in. Like that. We'll call it intro. Graphics. Let's call it intro picture. Q graphics. We do with that. Don't know. Dad. A white heron. Okay. Item action mode. Map to and map from is about coordinates, but so it looks as though it's taking stuff. Render hints. Good. Good. Have a Q graphics scene. Translate, transform. Okay. Dates. And it's stuff. Visualizes the contents of a Q graphics scene. Passing the address of the scene you want to visualize. You can call scene. Sounds interesting. Q. This is just me experimenting, don't worry. Graph. I'll just call it intro. Nice. Some. To add items to a scene, you start off by constructing a QGraphics scene object. Then you have two options. Either add your existing QGraphics item objects by call, or you can call one of the convenient functions. Add PixMap. Relative to the item's coordinate system, the item's position is initialized to 0, 0. Let's try that out. We'll have a second. Map. Yeah, didn't get that right. Picture. Guess. I'm only guessing. Yeah. I'm thinking that should be a pointer. Can we call these something useful? Are we going to use all pointers here? Who cares? Do it. Let's start standardizing this a little bit, even though it's just a test. There we go. We have to do that first. I'm not sure how to do that. Do I want assets to show up in here? What would happen if I did? Interesting. But it does come up. Alright, shall we see if we can actually get that to load? Const jar star format equals a null pointer. Okay. What formats? JPEG. That's handy. So what we can do is try and make a PixMap now. Has anybody ever done this before? Because I know I haven't. So, comma equal a new PixMap. Open brackets, and we want a Q string. One of them. Comma JPEG. It's a char star format. Yeah. Okay. Source. Assets. Pictures. Midnight. I'll put the .jpg. Clean up. Are we happy? Interesting. Weird, but interesting. Scene, intro, copy. Can make one of them now. And that's going to be new. Whatever. Q thingy. And that will be I thought it had this. Oh, right. Alright, let's do this experiment. So, m_intro. Enter. Add. Pixmap. And picture. Okay. UI. Intro picture. Add. No. Go one layer up. This Q graphics view is intro pic. Okay. And I want me scene. Is not a function or a function pointer. Set scene. Will that build? Runs. Not exactly doing what I want it to. We haven't got an update. That doesn't make sense. So we're just going to try it out. Intro picture. go. It doesn't quite make sense, but can't see anything in the top left-hand corner. Okay. All right, back off. What did it say? Hello world. If it's a sizing issue, no, it's not sizing. Q graphics view. Render. Too few arguments. Paint. Paint. Okay. Oh, it's one of those. I know that one. Yeah. Yeah, we can use this system. So will page one. Oh, no. That's amazing. It works. Just not in here. It's not the place for it. But no errors were thrown. That was amazing. I like it when you can just throw ideas and they don't totally work, but they explain what you need to do. So we can use Q Graphics Scene and Q Pix. Stuff like. Okay. Perfect. Right, let's start the notes on that part then. Alright, go into this part. So we're going to do an intro. View. We can use Q graphics. Q graphics scene. The Q painter. Oh, that was. I forgot how to write halfway through that. With a Q painter. And it'll be a class. Probably a display class. Some kind. Now we're going to have to make it a class because it's got a renderer in. And the renderers are programmable. Which is very nice. It's not overly complicated, don't worry. It's pretty straightforward, actually. Very weirdly, it is quite straightforward. Right, so that's that idea done. I'm intrigued to see how that works. And now we have a stacked widget. What we can do is we can swap between those stacked widgets and to change the output of our window. So we can start off in like ASCII, work on to sprites, and then work into OpenGL. Maybe. Something like that. I don't know. Sounds good. But it's giving us more and more options as we go along, and that's what I'm trying to keep this doing, is giving us the option of what we want to do. Knowing how to do the things is, well, irrelevant really. It's programming isn't knowing how to do something. Programming is like being a lawyer. It's knowing how to look up something. And then having the brains to design it yourself to your needs. That's all it is. That's programming. There you go, I've just taught you how to program. That was a long course, wasn't it? You've all got a degree in programming now, by the way. All you've got to do is grab a book. For me, I just experiment and then grab my experiments and see which ones are okay with it. But yeah, I like that idea. I'm game for that. And it will fit into our system of interface, sorry, core, blah-de-blah, blah-de-blah system. So, we now have the ability to do intros. For a main view, I can't see a problem with main view either. Save that out. Main view is as simple as clicking that little button there, go to next page, which is empty. And we're going to use that. Main output. Which can be classed to something else. Anybody who's been watching me over the last couple of weeks will know that we can subclass these out into things that we can program. So now, what are we displaying? Error. What we're displaying. End picture. Oh, sorry. Didn't remove a line. Don't know what I'm displaying. That's why we need to develop this a little bit more. But notice there's no left and right click thingy here. That's because we have control over it. So we can actually now tell it what to display. I'm not sure how that's done, so I'm thinking it's going to be UI. What did we call the widget? I don't think we called it anything, did we? I'm not sure. No, it's just stacked widget. Call that output. This. But name these, otherwise I don't know what they are. Right, no chance, have I? Got to help myself here. So I've got an intro, we've got an output display, we've got a stacked widget called a stacked widget. Okay. I'm going to call them layers. All right. Save. Yeah. UI. Display layers. Set. Current widget to QWidget. Now I know what I'm displaying. Hopefully that works. Yeah, that works. But that's now the intro page. And I know it is because I've specified it. That's a big difference. Well, I hadn't a clue what it was trying to do. But it also means that we can, how can you put it? Restart the application internally. We can go forwards and backwards through the pages or the display layers as we see fit, in any way, shape or form we see fit. And place logic within all of this. We now have a full UI, a graphical user interface with multiple displays. Not bad, huh? And this is why Qt is pretty powerful. Let's put it that way. I haven't spent too much time on the UI though, to make it resizable, and that's why I've taken the resizer off. You might have noticed there isn't one. Oh, it does. Oh, damn, there is one. Whoops. How do you switch that off? I said fixed. $800 by $600. $800 by $600. You're not doing this to me, you horrible thing. It's gone. It knows. It knows. It thought, hold on a minute, no way. No way. Yeah. Let's stop that from happening. As you see, on resize, I haven't set it up at all. So just say, no, don't resize. For now. Maybe later. Especially when we get to OpenGL and stuff like that. But at that point, I think we would probably go full screen. If I was to show full screen now, I'm not sure what would happen. We'd probably break the system. I think we're done okay. Are people happy with all of the bits and pieces, the system side of it, or would you want more programming? Well, you're going to get more programming, whether you like it or not. I don't know why I'm asking. Because next week we are going to program all of this stuff that we've planned, and we are going to keep it to the most simplistic way of doing it that you've ever seen. Because now, this little gap here give it away. Update stuff. Basically, that's all it's going to do. Hopefully, by the end of next week, we should have a decent looking application. A very basic application, but a decent looking one. With the ability to display text. We'll call it text display. And we'll call this text. Makes more sense, does it not? I'm actually excited for this because this is the first time I've done graphical. And I think we're doing okay. I don't think we're doing brilliantly, but I think we're doing okay. We've now seemed to started to formulate some kind of idea here. And it seems to be usable. That might be unusual. Let's save that. But it's the first time we're actually going to start getting something on screen to work with. And that's important, I think, for any kind of development, that you have some kind of sandbox where you can get something on screen and you can play with it. I think we can, yeah. I wonder what that's going to be called. Player 1 maybe? Player 2? You know? Get the idea? We've actually already got a player. We just call it a player. That's not the point. The point is the system that we use for the player. Right. The only thing that I really haven't covered is how do you define these things? So I think that's the last 5 minutes. Unless you got questions and stuff. Don't mind. Don't mind if you have. Oh, got the little black thingy going again. The only thing that I haven't really done today is put some definitions over here of what an interface, a class, and a system is. I'm leaving that up to your imagination. But to give you an idea, what we'll do is we'll just go in on this in a minute. To give you some kind of idea of what we're talking about here, we're going to go virtual. Class data. And the system operate on data. Class. Exactly the same system that is used for an ECS. So you've got your interface or ID, which is basically, in this case, an integer, a number. You have your components, which are your data, and you have your systems which act upon the data. So these two systems here are exactly the same. This class structure here could inherit from components, but it's not going to. That's the scene's prerogative. Scene does that. The scene is a class. It is just going to hold data. And that's how we're going to operate this. So the actual interface, the part that we use in Sandbox, is going to be the crux of the matter, I think, at the end of the day. So that just gives you some kind of idea of the direction that I'm headed in. I don't know how you design your own games, systems and stuff, but I find it easier to separate the data off, because that way all of your data is owned by something, and that ownership matters, so it can't be duplicated. And all of your systems can change that data or operate upon the data in a specified way. And the core interface just allows you to access what is needed either within the class or within a system. Well, actually, it's within a class. To run or to update or to set data well, actually, it's to construct your data. So your core interface is all about constructing data and how to do that. Your systems are all automatic. So these are all auto. These run no matter what. What we can do is have a system manager where you can register systems to run. That's an option. That is part of actually the core interface. But again, we need a class then for systems management type of thing. And those systems can then run. But it makes sure that your systems run in the correct order and they will access the correct data. And if they need data, say from an entity, they can have it. But they can't duplicate, and it keeps the user of your engine hands off. But they want to be able to put in their own systems and their own classes and all the rest of it. Well, that's fine. But they've got to go within the constructs of whatever you lay out or set out. So we'll have to do that as a separate idea. All right. I think we've got enough garbage on our screen now. Ideas. Got pointers now over to a GUI system. We've got coffee time breaks. Yeah, I think we've got enough to go at. I think that was a good plan ahead. I mean, if people do find their own projects and they do see this, it is going up on, GitHub. And it is going up on here. What we're going to call it. Programming games. Wrong keyboard. Switched off. Get rid of the keyboard to it now. Awesome. Get rid of its mouse as well. Title. You can see bit by bit, we're not building up a program as such yet. We are building up a system or a design ethic. Okay, next that. Where's it gone? I'm not sure how long it takes to actually come up on the screen. I don't like it when things hide away. Popular uploads, is that me? What? I get views? Okay, this playlist isn't showing. Ah, it is now. Good. We have it. Programming Games is now up on YouTube. Razor Sharp. And yeah, I think we should be okay with that. In the meantime, as we can see, take care. Sunday, chill out, and have fun.